Hi guys, it's Chris here. I just thought I'd put together a little compilation of some of my favourite plane spotting at Heathrow. There's over an hour to enjoy, hundreds and hundreds of catches, but we do like to start with an A380 over our head, don't we?
On a morning like this morning, it's the best spot. Apart from the lorries.
Just probably proves the power of them engines, doesn't it?
It's the wing, made in Britain.
Yeah.
It is, it's the wing that does it.
Yeah. Where's them engines made? At Derby?
Probably. Most likely they're the Rolls-Royce 900s, I think. It's the big Boeing from Boston, British Airways 777-300. Oh, hello. You didn't like that? He's left his keys in the hotel room. He's off back around. Guess we'll see him in a few more minutes. Singapore Airlines 777-300. Coming in from Singapore. Qatar from Doha, the Boeing 777-300 with some gorgeous ribbons on its wings. Now this is take 2 for the British Airways Boeing 777-300 coming in from Boston about 10 minutes ago. It did an aborted landing, and we've got a rather stunning go around. But that looks perfect, safely down. Is Qatar. Turkish Airlines, Boeing 777-300 coming in from Istanbul. Lovely ribbon. Air from Kuwait City. That'd be American Airlines, and it's the 777-200 coming in from Charlotte. It's the 777 from Atlanta. British Airways 777-200, and that is coming in from Orlando. It's British Airways Boeing 777-200 from Delhi in its Great Festival of Creativity livery. Around a while that now, but always good to see. Oh. British Airways, the big Boeing 777-300 coming in from JFK, New York. British Airways 777-200 coming in from New York in its One World livery. Doesn't look the same, does it? Special livery to London at 747. Just doesn't feel right. And here we have the Boeing 777 Air China. Boeing 777-300. It's coming from Noah. Surprise, surprise. It's a British Airways Boeing 777-200, and that is coming in from Chicago. Turkish Airlines, Boeing 777-300, coming in from Istanbul. Look at that lovely ribbon. So, Japan Airlines in its One World livery. United Airlines is the Boeing 777-200, and that is arriving from the west coast from San Francisco. Air Canada's big Boeing, the 777-333. And that's coming in from Toronto. Now we've got Turkish Airlines, their big 777, the 300. And no surprises, that's coming in from Istanbul. American Airlines, 777 from Los Angeles. British Airways, Boeing 777-200. That is arriving at Heathrow from Atlanta. American Airlines 777-200 coming in from Charlotte. It's the British Airways Boeing 777-200, and that's coming in from Montreal. Boeing 777-300 from Cairo. White ribbon. Wow. It's Kuwait City. LATAM's big Boeing 777-300, and that has come all the way from Sao Paulo. We've had 777-300 from Qatar. No surprises, that's going to Doha. Egypt Airs, 777-300 on its way to Cairo. Canada's Boeing 777-300, that is coming in from Vancouver. One of Airliner's live spots, the Great Henry, every Thursday night. Since Vancouver exit, check out Airliner's live. Say hello to Henry. Turkish Airlines, it's Boeing 777, and surprise, surprise, it's from Istanbul. What have we got here? We have a Boeing 777-300 American Airlines coming in from Dallas. Qatar's 777-300 coming in from Bloke, of course. It's LATAM's big Boeing 777-300, and that has come all the way from Sao Paulo. That's a Boeing 777-300. Got the British Airways Boeing 777 from San Francisco. The A777 from Dubai. And we have the British Airways Boeing 777-300 from JFK. British Airways Boeing 777-200, and that has come from Canada, from Toronto. Canada's Boeing 777-333, and that is coming in from Toronto. The British Airways 777-300, and that has come in from Boston. My last catch of this Heathrow trip is the Egypt Air Boeing 777-300. As I said, my last catch. I'm about to catch a plane back to Manchester, a glass of champagne in the first class lounge, I think. I've just got back from Greece. I've been island hopping. That was wonderful. Check out channels, great videos going up. Lots of boats, lots of hotels. We did 6 islands altogether. Anyway, that's bye-bye from Heathrow. Until the next time. British Airways, the Airbus A350. And it's coming in from Toronto on this rather fresh morning. Look at that beauty. British Airways A350. And that's coming in from Chicago. And he's having a wobble. What's going on? Bloody hell. Virgin Atlantic's A350 from JFK, it's the 10 series. Hours in the air from San Diego. British Airways, Airbus A350. Great plane. I flew on that, luckily in Club Suite. It's Club Suite 1A no less. Back from Dubai. Videos on the channel. Please do check it out. British Airways, second A350 of the day, all the way from Austin, Texas. British Airways A350 from Las Vegas. A350 of the day is the Virgin Atlantic from JFK, and that's done the transatlantic in 5 hours 45 minutes.
Virgin's A350 coming in from Orlando. That's the British Airways A350 coming in from Austin, Texas. And here we have the British Airways A350 from LAX. That's Los Angeles between me and you. Iberian, that A350 coming in from Madrid. That's a wide-body European shell. There you go, the Airbus A350 thin air, and that is Amsterdam to Helsinki. Virgin Atlantic's A350 from JFK, it's the 10 series. And we got the Delta Airlines Airbus A350.
And that is Amsterdam to Atlanta. Still on the A350 with British Airways in their club suite. Video. Always checking that out. That was a real treat. Sweet 1A.
Malaysian Airlines, their Airbus A350, coming in from Kuala Lumpur. The best satay in the skies on that plane. China Southern Airlines, the amazing Airbus A350. British Airways A350 from San Diego. That's this Ethiopian A350. That's coming in from Addis Ababa. British Airways A350. It's coming in from San Diego. Hello.
British Airways A350 coming in from Chicago. Love the way the A380 just hangs in the sky. You know, it doesn't look like it's moving. Well, maybe it does now. And this is the Emirates A380 coming in from Dubai. And of course, everyone's got their cameras ready. Skies. Houston, we have a Dreamliner 787-9 United Airlines. And we have a Neo from Newcastle, British Airways A320 Neo. We have a Virgin Atlantic. It's coming in from San Francisco. Second Virgin Atlantic of the day from San Francisco. Both of them 787s. British Airways A320 coming in from Vienna. Well, that means nothing to me. Lufthansa A320neo coming in from Frankfurt. And British Airways A319 coming in from Nice, which is nice. But I did. We have the 787 British Airways from Hyderabad, and if you look closely, I don't know if the camera's picking up, you see the glint of the A380 behind it. British Airways A380, King of the Skies. Still got the sand in its toes from Miami Beach. This is picking up, but you actually see the glint of two aircraft approaching. And a British Airways A319 coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. A320 coming in from Cork. Lufthansa A320 coming in from British Airways A320 coming in from Aberdeen. British Airways 787 Dreamliner coming in from Rio de Janeiro. Had a great time in Rio a few years ago. Videos on the channel, of course. Do check them out. Swiss Air Airbus 220-300 coming in from Zurich. First of the day. 220. British Airways A320 coming in from Oslo. British Airways 777 200 coming in from Bengaluru. Noticed I do the difficult pronunciations just as the engines are going over. We have Delta coming in from Seattle with a Boeing 767. And we have British Airways A320 coming in from Rome. And we have TAP Portugal A321neo coming in from Lisbon. Sky Express A320neo coming in from Athens. And we have the King of the Skies, the Qatar A380 coming in from Doha. Now I was lucky enough to fly on this in January in business class, and it was awesome. I was on the upper deck with the bar, and there's a couple of business class Qatar videos on the channel, but there is one of the A380 upper deck business class experience, and that is on the channel. So I'll put the link in the description below. Check it out. It was one of my best flights ever. Of course it was. It was on the King of the Skies. And we have Turkish Airlines A321neo. Surprise, surprise, that is heading off to Istanbul. China Eastern, it's the A330, and that is going to Shanghai. Now that is so unfair, isn't it? It says it's on the ground, but I'd like to see more, but that is the 747. Such a rare sight. Beautiful to see. It's the Singapore cargo 747. podcast. We're waiting for a 787. Air India's Dreamliner 787. Going to Armistad. It's Air Canada. Crinkle cut engine can only mean it is the 787. Going to Montreal. We have Lufthansa's A320 that is going to Munich. British Airways Oslo flying on the Airbus A320. British Airways A321, and then it's going to sorry about that. That's going bellies. It's a lovely moody sky, isn't it? That is United's 787 Dreamliner going off to San Francisco. I really fancy visiting San Francisco. Like the idea of going to see Alcatraz, tram cars. Remember that scene from The Rock? That was quite a good car chase, wasn't it? And Golden Gate Bridge, of course. Possibly on the cards for next year. And it's Sky Express. It's the A320 Neo. Let's go back to Athens. I love Athens. Been a few times. Did a bit of ferry hopping this year. Some videos of that on the channel. And of course, a nice big video on the Acropolis. So if you're going to Athens, you've really got to go and have a wander up to the Acropolis. Athens is a great city. Really do recommend it. Delta Airlines, it's Boeing 767. It's going back to Atlanta and it's noisy. Really damn cool though. I love those 767s. That is the Frankfurt A320 Neo Lufthansa that I caught arriving a couple of hours ago. Now back off to Frankfurt. There's a video of Frankfurt going up on the channel. I took the A380 to Frankfurt last year. I also did the Madrid flight. That's already up on the channel. But if you wanted to watch the Frankfurt trip, which is a little bit unique, do subscribe to the channel. And if you ring the bell, YouTube will notify you when I publish it. It's a good one. Well, that was up nice and quick. Obviously very keen to get to Faro. British Airways flight to Portugal, the A320. British Airways Airbus A350. What a plane. I was lucky enough to fly on that in seat 1A. Sorry, I should say suite 1A in the British Airways Club Suite. Coming back from Dubai last year. There's a video on the channel, so if you check out the channel and search for Club Suite, you'll find it. Awesome experience. Airbus A320, British Airways, off to Lisbon, and why not? Lisbon is a great city, and if you're thinking of visiting Lisbon, which I do recommend, check out the channel. I've reviewed a budget, a mid-range, and a luxury hotel in Lisbon. So yeah, check out the channel. You might want to subscribe while you're there, but don't have to. But you can check out some hotels and some videos in Lisbon, and I do recommend it. I think it's a great city. I'd live there. It's one of the few places I would actually move to. That's A319. British Airways, I can tell that. My eyes are terrible. American Airlines, Dreamliner. Going to San Francisco. No, it's not. It's going to Chicago. Another cheeky one popping up early. The A320. Aer Lingus, that's off to Dublin. My hotel has no Guinness on. I fancied a pint last night. The person in front of me went and ordered a pint of Guinness. I thought, oh, I'll have one of those. And there's no Guinness. So I won't be having Guinness tonight. There's a review of that hotel on the channel, or there will be, so ring the bell and you'll see it. I've reviewed most of the hotels at Heathrow. Well, I don't want to say most, about 15, all the main names. It's the American Airlines Boeing 777-200, and that is going to Charlotte. She is behind the grid. British Airways A380, King of the Skies, going back to San Francisco, and let's just enjoy it. Lovely moody sky. You can snip some of these clips and take stills if you want. You are more than welcome, and of course more than welcome to share. But I think you might snip a good clip out of that. British Airways, it's a Boeing 777. It's 200 and it is going to going to Orlando. Well, the filming of that was a bit Mickey Mouse, so quite apt. That is the WestJet 787-9 Dreamliner, and that is on its way to Calgary. The Boeing 777-200 British Airways flight to Ryder, Saudi Arabia. British Airways. It's the shuttle to Manchester. It's the A319, and I'll be on it in a couple of days' time. Virgin Atlantic's A330. It's a Boeing. It's a 777-200, but where's it going? It's going to India. It's going to Bangalore. Swiss Air. The Airbus 220. And that's off to Geneva. And behind the grille, it's the pencil. It's the Boeing 757, Iceland Air, going to Reykjavik. If you want to snip that, you're more than welcome to share it as well. Subscribe and like, it'd be lovely too. And the last flight before the 3 o'clock switch is the A320 from Iberia going to Barcelona. Virgin Atlantic 787. That is off to Seattle. British Airways A320, and that's off to Gibraltar. What time is it in there? United Airlines 787-9 going to Boston. British Airways 777-200, and that is going to Boston. Swiss Air, it's the Airbus A220, and that's going to Zurich. British Airways A350. American Airlines 777-300. That is off to Miami. Dash 8, and that is returning to Delhi. TAP's A321neo. It's going back to Lisbon. British Airways, the A320, and that is going to Stockholm. British Airways A320neo. Dublin. That's Delta Airlines, it's their A330-200, and that is off to Detroit. mighty Emirates A380. Back to Dubai. 737-200 in the British Airways, and it's One World livery. That's going to Bengal. British Airways 777. Logan Air even, the ATR, and that is not going to Scotland, that is going to the Isle of Man. Virgin Atlantic's Airbus A350 off to JFK. It's the British Airways Boeing 777-200. Way to New York, to JFK, just behind the Virgin A350. Which would you want to fly on? British Airways 777 or Virgin A350? Decisions. Let me know in the comments. That's Air Canada's Dreamliner. It's the 787-9, and that is on its way to Vancouver. Caught it coming in, Air Atlanta, Queen of the Skies, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to But the only chance you'll see a 747 at Heathrow now is the cargoes. That was really nice to catch it arriving this morning. There we go. Making left over Windsor Castle. And that's Egypt Airs. 777-300, and that is back to Cairo. American Airlines 777-200, and that is off to Runway International Airport, which I've never heard of before. Someone educate me. Someone educate me, please, of course.
British Airways Dreamliner. It's about 3:30 of a November afternoon at Heathrow. It's coming in from Delhi. Turkish Airlines, their Airbus A330 in the UEFA Champions League livery. British Airways, Airbus A350 in from Vancouver. is a British Airways Airbus A320. It's arriving at Heathrow from Lisbon. Beautiful city. Finnair's A321 arriving from Helsinki. And the Rome flight, British Airways A320. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Airways Airbus A320 coming in from Milan. Loganairs Embraer 145 and is arriving from Derry. Just hanging in the sky there, the awesome Airbus A380. Singapore Airlines coming in from Singapore. Now there's a chance, it's a slim chance, that I will be flying on the Singapore A380 in their first class suite in January. It won't be this long flight, there's no way I can afford that. But it is slightly more affordable from Mumbai. Now there's details on my main channel, some Bloke and Travels vlog, all about that flight. Certainly going to be a unique trip. To come in. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is Windsor Castle, and above it is the British Airways A380 arriving from Los Angeles. Been in the air for 10 hours. 10 hours on an A380, I'll take it. Preferably, you know, in one of the posh seats. I'll settle for premium economy, to be honest. If you're offering, go on then, I'll take club. Especially if it's the new club suites, they're fantastic. I've actually been lucky enough to fly on the British Airways A380 in first class. That was from Singapore back in 2019. Yes, it was tremendous. Yes, it was more than anything I dreamed of. So good, they made me do it twice. For 3 hours on the tarmac, they cancelled the flight for crew hours. Made us come back the next day to do it again. Absolutely marvellous. Oh, here we go. Power there. British Airways A390. That's arriving at Heathrow from Prague. Another A319. British Airways again, of course, and that is coming in from Edinburgh. glorious evening. It's Finnair's Airbus A320. That is not arriving from Finland, that is arriving from Albania, from Tirana. Interesting city. Not a great fan, but a fan of the 160 tier points on the trip. Time to spot a rhinoceros. It's the Kenya Airways 787-8 Dreamliner. Special livery. Oh, we've got elephants. We've elephants today. Rhinoceroses last time I saw it. Maybe on the other side. The British Airways A320 coming in from Barcelona. And we have a little queue in the sky behind. Is Lufthansa's A320neo coming in from Munich. Had a great few days in Munich in June. Visited the Allianz Stadium. Great city. Great stadium. Now we have the Lufthansa A320neo coming in from Frankfurt. Now, if you like plane spotting, I strongly recommend a visit to Frankfurt, as it's probably the only place now you can regularly see 747 passenger jets, the 400 and the 800. Had a great trip there in June. It's the A321neo, Aegean from Athens. Another favourite city. Great history, amazing food, and an amazing dinner there. There's actually a video on it. In fact, I made a whole video of it. I'll put it on my main channel, so when you travel, so check out Athens on the channel. Aer Lingus, the A320neo, coming in from Dublin. Royal Air Marocs, they're 737 MAX. Now, I have flown on them twice, from Bordeaux to Casablanca, Casablanca to Marrakesh. Not sure I'll do that again. To find out why, check out my main channel, Some Lady Travels a lot, and see the flight record. KLM's Boeing 737. Arriving at Heathrow from Amsterdam. British Airways A320neo. It's arriving at Heathrow from Frankfurt. British Airways A319 from Hamburg. It's the Manchester tea time flight. I will be on the first thing in the morning flight to Manchester. Heading back home after a couple of days there at Heathrow. Now, from Bogota, we have Avianca 787-8 Dreamliner. Boeing, of course. Columbia. A couple of British Airways in the sky. With A320 coming in from Copenhagen, and behind there's an A350, and that's coming in from Las Vegas, and no idea. Evening. Glorious plane, Airbus A350. Now we've got Virgin 787-9 from Las Vegas. And behind it there is Mound 787-9. Is Mound 787-9. It's coming in from Silent. To let you know it's a 787, don't they? British Airways A320 from Geneva. Airways, the A390, that's arriving at Heathrow from Aberdeen. British Airways A320 Neo coming in from Bath. They really need ITA A320 Neo is coming in from Rome. I love this livery. Caught it earlier today, and that blue does things to me. Thanks, boss. That's British Airways A320, and that is coming in from Dusseldorf. And Air France, that's the Airbus A220, and that's coming in from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. And British Airways jet, A320 only, it's arriving right beneath me. Look at that, it's coming up to the gate. Airways A319 arriving from Vienna. Does that mean anything to you? It means nothing to me. Iberia's A320 coming in from Madrid. A320 British Airways from Amsterdam, and I'm freezing. It is November the 29th. And it is 4 o'clock and it is freezing cold, and I'm just waiting for the Emirates A380 to come in, which hopefully is not that, hopefully one of those two, he says, because it's got cold. British Airways A390 coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Croatia, that's their A320, and that's coming in from Zagreb. It's Turkish Airlines A321. No surprises that's coming from Istanbul. I think if I was flying Heathrow, Istanbul would be the way. I get one of their bigger planes. They do their Boeing 777 and the A330, I think an A350. Yeah, I think I'd pick that over the A320. British Airways A319, short hop from Belfast. Luggage coming off yet? Cargo first. Oh, please be the A380. I am so cold. Well, you're not an A380, are you? You're an A320 from Gibraltar, where I imagine it's considerably warmer than where I'm stood. T5 departures ramp at Heathrow. You look like a bit more like an A380. You definitely look like an A380. I think it's safe to say that is the Emirates A380. I think it's also safe to say that's the last plane I'll be filming tonight. I think the light is just about to go, and so is my ability to hold a camera. It's not a camera, it's actually the iPhone 14 Pro. Using the small rig, which is supposed to make it stable, but because I'm freezing it's not going to be stable. Anyway, I shall shut up. Just watch this final approach to London Heathrow from Dubai.
United Airlines. It's the Boeing 777-200, and that is arriving from the west coast from San Francisco.
Line 767 on its way to New York. That's Delta in its Sky Team livery. That's the 767. United Airlines 767 off to Newark, New York. United Airlines, Boeing 767. That is coming in from Newark, New York. Malaysian Airlines, their Airbus A350 coming in from Kuala Lumpur. The best satay in the skies on that plane. China Southern Airlines, the amazing Airbus A350.
Dreamliner 787-8. It's coming in from Nashville.
Virgin Atlantic A330 coming in from Boston. What a beauty. British Airways A320 from Dublin in One World livery. Special liveries below those 747s. Austrian Airlines A320neo coming in from Vienna. British Airways coming in from Milan. Beautiful morning at Heathrow. Rhinoceros. It's the Kenya Airways 787-8 Dreamliner. Special livery. Oh, we've got elephants. There's elephants today. Rhinoceros is last time I saw it. Maybe on the other side. The British Airways A320 coming in from Barcelona. And we have a little queue in the sky behind. That is Lufthansa's A320neo coming in from Munich. Had a great few days in Munich in June. Visited the Allianz Stadium. Great city. Great stadium. Now we have the Lufthansa A320neo coming in from Frankfurt. Now, if you like plane spotting, I strongly recommend a visit to Frankfurt, as it's probably the only place now you can regularly see 747 passenger jets, the 400 and the 800. Had a great trip there in June. It's the A321neo, Aegean from Athens. Another favourite city. Great history, amazing food, and an amazing dinner there. There's actually a video on it. In fact, I made a whole video of it. Put it on my main channel, so when you travel, so check out Athens on the channel. Turkish Airlines, their Airbus A330 in the UEFA Champions League livery. Gulf Air 787-9 coming in from Bahrain. British Airways Dreamliner. It's about 3:30 of a November afternoon at Heathrow. British Airways, Airbus A350, in from Vancouver. That is a British Airways Airbus A320. Arriving at Heathrow from Lisbon. Beautiful city. And Air France, that's the Airbus A220, and that's coming in from Paris. bridge extending. And an A220 arriving from Istanbul. Get into the Mounds down there. And some food arriving. Some arriving. We have Swiss Air. Helvetic. Cargo doors open, luggage door, and the truck's waiting there. So your baggage can come off promptly and safely. And over here we have Bulgaria Air A319, and that is coming from Sofia. British Airways A319, short hop from Belfast. Is the luggage coming off yet? Cargo first. Please be the A380. I am so cold. I think it's safe to say that is the Emirates A380. I think it's also safe to say that's the last plane I'll be filming tonight. I think the light is just about to go. So is my ability to hold a camera. It's not a camera, it's actually the iPhone 14 Pro. Using the small rig, which is supposed to make it stable, but because I'm freezing it's not going to be stable. Anyway, I shall shut up. Just watch this final approach to London Heathrow from Dubai. Aer Lingus, their A320neo, coming in from Dublin. That's Royal Air Marocs, their 737 MAX. Now, I have flown on them twice, from Bordeaux to Casablanca, Casablanca to Marrakesh. Not sure I'll do that again. To find out why, check out my main channel, Some Bloke Who Travels a Lot, and see the flight report. KLM's Boeing 737 is arriving at Heathrow from Amsterdam. British Airways A320neo is arriving at Heathrow from Frankfurt. British Airways A319 from Hamburg. British Airways 787 Dreamliner-8. Over on the other runway we have Kenya's Dreamliner 787 coming in from Nairobi. What a glorious morning.
10 hours 34 minutes in the air. That's the British Airways Dreamliner 787-8. And that is coming from Rio de Janeiro.
Yes, yeah, Dreamliner 787-10 and coming in from Abu Dhabi. 787-10 that's coming in from Jeddah. Here's a question for you, maybe you can help me. Now, I know that for years women weren't allowed to drive a car in Saudi Arabia. Was it true that when they couldn't drive a car, they could be pilots of a plane? If anyone's got some details on that, let me know in the comments. Most appreciated. A321neo coming in from Athens. Aegean are my airline at the moment. I got an upgrade with Aegean business for only £20. And another A321neo, but this one is from Aer Lingus. And we have TAP, TAP Portugal, A321neo coming in from Lisbon. A321neo, which is of course, and that's coming from Prague.
British Airways from Paris Charles de Gaulle, the Airbus A321neo. British Airways A320, that's coming in from Bucharest. If you've never been to Bucharest, I heartily recommend a visit. The old town is fantastic. I heartily recommend checking out the channel. There's quite a few videos on Bucharest. And Swiss Air's A320neo, and that is coming in from Zurich. Airbus A320, it's coming in from Helsinki. It's a Lufthansa A320neo coming in from Munich. Charlotte, with American Airlines at 777-200. Tell you what, it is a beautiful morning at Heathrow. Just a little bit cold. A little bit cold, I mean freezing brass monkeys. Well, it's not cold where this beauty's come from. It's the Virgin Atlantic Airbus A330 coming in from Bridgetown, Barbados. Little British Airways A319 coming in from the home of Airbus, Toulouse. Logan Airs ATR 42-500. Manchester tea time flight. I will be on the first thing in the morning flight to Manchester. Back home after a couple of days down at Heathrow. Now, from Bogota, we have Avianca 787-8, Dreamliner, from Boeing, of course, Colombia. Couple of British Airways in the sky with A320 coming in from Copenhagen, and behind there's an A350, and
That's coming in from Las Vegas, and no idea. Glorious evening, glorious plane, Airbus A350. It's the morning British Airways Miami flight, which means only one thing: count the engines. There's 4 of them. It's the king of the skies, the Airbus A380. Hanging in the sky there, the awesome Airbus A380, Singapore Airlines, coming in from Singapore. Now, there's a chance, it's a slim chance, that I will be flying on the Singapore A380 in their first class suite in January. It won't be this long flight, there's no way I can afford that. It is slightly more affordable from Mumbai. Now there's details on my main channel, Some Bloke Who Travels Lot, all about that flight. Certainly going to be a unique trip. To come in. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is Windsor Castle, and above it is the British Airways A380 arriving from Los Angeles. Been in the air for 10 hours. 10 hours on an A380, I'll take it. Preferably, you know, in one of the posh seats. I'll settle for premium economy, to be honest. If you're offering, go on then, I'll take club. especially if it's the new club suites. They're fantastic. I've actually been lucky enough to fly on the British Airways A380 in first class. That was from Singapore back in 2019. Yes, it was tremendous. Yes, it was more than anything I dreamed of. So good, they made me do it twice. 3 hours on the tarmac, they cancelled the flight for crew hours, made us come back the next day to do it again. Absolutely marvellous. Oh, here we go. Power there. There you go, little large. It's another one of those shots showing the scale of the A380. It's an Aer Lingus A320 in front of it. Seven 300. Now he's back to Cairo. American Airlines 777-200
And that is off to Runway International Airport, which I've never heard of before. Someone educate me. Someone educate me, please, of course.
Now we've got Virgin 787-9 from Las Vegas. And behind it there is Mound 787-9. Is Mound 787-9. It's coming in from Silent. To let you know it's a 787, don't they? British Airways A320 from Geneva. Airways, the A390, that's arriving at Heathrow from Aberdeen. British Airways A320neo coming in from Bath. They really need the ITA A320neo is coming in from Rome. I love this livery. Caught it earlier today, and that blue does things to me. Oh, thanks, boss.
Pretty rare sight for Heathrow. Boeing 747-400. A320neo coming from Jersey. Jersey flight did a go around last night. It's the Aer Lingus A330. That's coming in from Orlando. I watched a video on here the other day, Aer Lingus business class. And I'm going to say, it looked actually quite good, and I think I might just, on my next trip to the States, have a go with Aer Lingus. Or the other temptation, of course, with Aer Lingus is they do fly to Barbados on their A330. Barbados and New York, which would you choose? Or how about Scotland? Is 737.
Finnair's A321 arriving from Helsinki. And the Rome flight, British Airways A320. Oh yeah, this one's beautiful. British Airways Airbus A320 coming in from Milan. Logan Airs, Embraer 145, and is arriving from Derry. It's the British Airways A319, that's arriving at Heathrow from Prague. Another A319, British Airways again, of course, and that is coming in from Edinburgh. What a glorious evening. It's Finnair's Airbus A320. That is not arriving from Finland, that is arriving from Albania, from Tirana. Interesting city. Not a great fan, but a fan of the 160 tier points on the trip.
Two is 737, and that's coming in from La Palma. Ryanair's 737. That's arriving at Manchester from Vienna. That's Loganair's ATR 72. We're going to get the shutter speed right. Got it on 60 frames a second. Ryanair 737 coming in from Berlin. Coming in from Istanbul. Great city. Must get back. And no, I didn't go for teeth or hair. Have my teeth done in England and I'm staying bold. The Mallorca. Testing the iPhone 15 Pro's mic. That's EasyJet's A320 coming in from Geneva. Jet2's 737 coming in from Rome. Ryanair, Boeing 737 of course, and that's coming in from Bucharest. Lovely city. Down.
British Airways A319 coming in from Manchester.
What have we got there? It's 4 engines. It's not a double-decker. Can only be one thing. United Airlines, Star Alliance livery, Boeing 767. It's British Airways, Boeing 777-200, and that is coming in from Chicago. That is Delta, Boeing 767. British Airways A320, and that's the morning flight from Aberdeen. Virgin 787-9 coming in from New York. American Airlines, it's the 787-9. We have Swiss Air's A321neo from Zurich. Now, I hear Zurich is excellent for spotting. Has anyone been? And if you have, let me know in the comments. Any tips for good locations? It's definitely on the bucket list for a trip over to Zurich. So if anyone's been, please let me know. 120 heading down to London. Another time I've been on that flight. What I'm actually filming on at the moment and I'm testing. It's the iPhone 15 Pro Max on its max times 15 zoom, and it's using the 120 lens. Unbelievable, this is on a mobile phone. The A320 coming in from Belfast. Eurowings A320 coming in from Hamburg. It's the American Airlines, the 777, the big Boeing, the 300. Coming in on this beautiful November morning from New York. British Airways 777-200 coming in from New York. Aer Lingus A320neo. British Airways A320, that's the little shuttle coming in from Manchester. United Airlines from Houston, 777-200. A320neo from Stockholm, the SAS Connect. British Airways A320 coming in from Dublin. Turkish Airlines, Boeing 777-300 coming in from Istanbul. Oh, look at that lovely ribbon. From Washington, United Airlines. It's the Boeing 767. Should be nice and noisy. Coming in from Toronto, it's a plane I haven't seen for ages. It is the British Airways 777-200 special livery, Great Festival. United Airlines, Flight 767, arriving from New York. It's Delta from Detroit on the Airbus A330. BA's A320neo from Aberdeen. Lufthansa's A320neo coming in from Munich, second flight of the day. Is the British Airways 777-200 flying in from Nassau. I flew into Nassau once with American Eagle. I got seat 4A. I thought, oh, I must be in business class. It was about 4 rows from the back. British Airways, big Boeing, 777-300, and that is coming in from Washington. That's Air Malta's A320neo coming in from Malta. You don't know the name of the Malta airport? It's not Valletta. Now, this is the first time I've ever seen this airline. It's from Tashkent. It's been in the air for 8.5 hours. And it's a Boeing 767 from Uzbekistan. What do we think of the blooming lorry? Do we like that livery? Apart from the green, I think it reminds me of Aldi.
Virgin Atlantic's A350, and just behind it is Virgin Atlantic's A330. the A330. Radar won't tell me. Etihad's 777 cargo. Virgin Atlantic 787, that is off to Seattle. British Airways A350. British Airways A320, and that's off to Gibraltar. What time is it in there? United Airlines 787-9 coming to Boston. British Airways 777-200, and that is going to Boston. Mound Airs 737 Max coming in from Reykjavik. Virgin's A330.
Helvetic. It's the Embraer 195 coming in from Zurich, Switzerland. Now this is Finnair's A320. According to flight radar, it's coming in from Barcelona. Is that a thing? Is that a route? Finnair, Barcelona, London? Or is it just going somewhere? It's the British Airways A320 coming in from Edinburgh. British Airways, Boeing 777-200, and that is arriving at Heathrow from Atlanta. Awesome A350 Virgin Atlantic. Now this is ITA's A319 from Milan. Look at that blue. Love that. That is the 787-9 Air Canada coming in from Vancouver. British Airways A320 from Copenhagen. And that, my friends, is a Dreamliner from Delhi. It's Air India's 787-8. Air Canada's 777, 333 coming in from Toronto. Delta Airlines, Airbus A330-941, and that is coming in from Seattle. I do like an Airbus from Seattle, it amuses me. British Airways, A319 from Hamburg. It's the Virgin Atlantic A350. Arriving in from Miami. British Airways A320. That is British Airways as the Boeing 777-200 ER, extended range, in from Doha, Qatar. United Airlines 777-200 coming in from San Francisco. British Airways A350 is coming in from Mumbai. I have literally just booked a ticket to Mumbai. British Airways are flying Air Vistara. Premium economy. Details of that will be on the main channel. Airways A320 coming in from Amsterdam. British Airways A319 from Paris Charles de Gaulle. American Airlines 777 from Los Angeles. British Airways A319 coming in from Brussels. It's the British Airways A321 Neo coming in from Air Serbia's A319 coming in from Belgrade. Never been to Belgrade. Anyone been? Anyone recommend it? Virgin Atlantic's A350, LAX, Los Angeles, Telegraph Pole, House. American Airlines Boeing 777-200, and that is coming in from Dallas. A380 coming in from Doha, about to land at Heathrow, and this is at Myrtle Avenue if you're wondering where you get this view at Heathrow. I'm sure many of you know. Just out of interest, I'm filming this on an iPhone 14 Pro, and I've got this set on a ×6 zoom. That is LL's 787-9, the Boeing Dreamliner, and that is coming in from Tel Aviv. Saudi's Dreamliner 787-9 coming in from Jeddah, where I will be visiting briefly in January. More about that on the main channel. UK. United Airlines, it's a 767, so we should hear that above the traffic. That's coming in from Chicago. British Airways A320 coming in from Frankfurt. Boeing 777-200. American Airlines.
Airways, the A319, that's arriving at Heathrow from Aberdeen. British Airways A320 from Geneva.
Arriving from Edinburgh.
British Airways Boeing 777-200 from Delhi in its Great Festival of Creativity livery. Been around a while that now, but always good to see. British Airways Dreamliner. It's about 3:30 of a November afternoon at Heathrow. It's coming in from Delhi. British Airways, Airbus A350, in from Vancouver.
It's the big Boeing from Boston. British Airways 777-300. Oh, hello. You didn't like that. He's left his keys in the hotel room. He's off back around. Guess we'll see him in a few more minutes.
So good, they made me do it twice. 3 hours on the tarmac, they cancelled the flight for crew hours. Made us come back the next day to do it again. Absolutely marvellous. Oh, here we go. Power there.
JetBlue's A321neo coming in from JFK. Would you fly on it? Let me know in the comments. Would you fly on a narrow-body transatlantic? Or if you have flown on it, let me know. Let me know what you thought. British Airways A320neo coming in from Athens. British Airways, A320 from Bucharest. What a fine, fine city. If you've never been to Bucharest, I heartily recommend it. BA A320 from Rome. Airlines, A320, you guessed it, coming in from Brussels. Aer Lingus, A320 Neo, coming in from Dublin. British Airways, A320 Neo. WestJet's Dreamliner, 787-9. Calgary, A320 Neo, British Airways from Düsseldorf. A320 from Geneva. United Airlines 767 from New York, Newark. British Airways A320 from Oslo. SAS Connect, A320 Neo from Stockholm. And another BA A320 coming in from Lisbon. Qatar's 777-300 coming in from Doha, of course. British Airways A320 is coming in from Stockholm. That's the shuttle flight from Manchester, the BA A320. Be on that tomorrow, going the other way. Egypt Air from Cairo, the 777-300. Boeing 777-200 from Toronto. Boeing 777-300 coming in from Kuwait City. Oh, lovely ribbon there. BA's A320 Neo, short hop from Newcastle. Hi guys, it's Chris here from Some Bloke Who Travels a Lot, and we're plane spotting again. All these images and videos were taken from the Thistle Hotel platform at London Heathrow. A great place for plane spotting, highly recommend it. There's 11 takeoffs in this video,
from Royal Brunei, Virgin, Royal Jordan, United, American Airlines, and a beautiful shot going into the sunset of Emirates. Hope you enjoy the video. Please give it a thumbs up if you do, and please check out my channel. As you can see, I have lots of travel videos publishing every day, so please enjoy the planes and please do subscribe and share. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Virgin Atlantic 787. That is from Las Vegas. British Airways A320, and this one has just come in from the A321neo, British Airways, and that's the Lisbon flight. Here we have the Swiss Airbus A220. It's coming from Geneva. Coming in from Dublin with the Aer Lingus A320, but that is the rugby team livery.